He's bitter. This was a good logo, and I don't think Capcom used it for long. Understandable. Understandable. My throat is starting to feel like really shitty in the last half hour. I should have seen if there was anyone on Discord to join. Yeah, well. Too late now. You know what? I don't want to play this. There we go. The year was 1996. The PlayStation had been out for 2 years and had produced mostly nothing of value. However, there was no competition yet, so it was okay. However, in 1996, the Nintendo 64 was due to launch, bringing with it the all-time classic Super Mario 64, and as a result, Sony could not compete with the likes of Jumping Flash and Tekken 1, and so they needed games that could hold the PlayStation against the rising tide of Nintendo. And they got Tomb Raider and Resident Evil and something else came out in 96 that matters, and I can't remember what it is. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Resident Evil is like one of the first big games really worth getting for OG PlayStation. Because like stuff like Ridge Racer was cool, but it was fairly bare bones arcade port. How you doing, Ben? The year was 1996. The Sony PlayStation had been tottering along, making its merry way, unopposed by the likes of the Atari Jaguar and the Virtual Boy. However, upon the horizon, Nintendo was preparing to launch with their Ultra 64, soon to be renamed to the now well-known Nintendo 64. Yeah, I feel like there's always three games I point to in '96 that came out that really got the PlayStation going, and I can't remember what the third one is. Resident Evil, Tomb Raider, and I cannot for the life of me think what the third one is. Now we gotta look it up. It's fine because we're in no hurry. Don't worry about it. PS1, 1996. Oh yeah, Crash Bandicoot. Christ, how did I forget that? Thanks, man. God knows it wasn't Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Let's take a look, shall we? Crash Bandicoot, Tomb Raider. No, I think Rayman was 95. Street Fighter Alpha 2, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Twisted Metal 2. I've heard that's pretty good. Alien Trilogy, Die Hard Trilogy, Blood Omen, Revelations, Persona, Pandemonium, Contra, Legacy of War, Resident Evil, Tobal number 1, ooh, Wipeout 2097, that was a good one. Olympic Summer Games, Mega Man 8. I thought Mega Man 8 was later than 96. Disruptor, NBA Live 97, Parappa the Rapper, Madden NFL 97, Jet Moto, Final Doom, Command & Conquer Red Alert, Rise 2 Resurrection, Destruction Derby 2, Jumping Flash 2, Broken Sword, The Shadow of the Templars, Bubsy 3D, The Neverhood, Duke Nukem 3D. Do they mean Total Meltdown? Metal Slug, Iron Man and Exo Man of War in Heavy Metal. Civ 2, King of Fighters 96. Did that come out on PlayStation? WWF In Your House. NBA Hang Time, Dead or Alive 6, Ark the Lad 2, Rage Racer, Formula 1, FIFA 97, Descent 2, Kingsfield 3, Guardian Heroes. These aren't all PlayStation games because it's saying Shadows of the Empire here, and that didn't get a PlayStation release, and neither did Sonic 3D Blast. Tunnel B1. Do I know Tunnel B1? I feel like I could remember this box art. Horrifying. Published by Ocean. Oof. I was not aware they published anything on PlayStation. Yeah, I suppose I don't remember that vein. Let's actually get the game started, shall we? So, the policy of this year has been to not play any games that we've already played on stream again. I'm going to make an exception for this. Absolute shite. I can believe it. A lot of games from Ocean Software were. So, like, we're making an exception today because I need to stay up really late. So, I need something that isn't going to take a huge amount of effort, but also that I can finish. I was genuinely debating PS1 Chrono Trigger. And we'll see if that comes back around again at some point. But as we stand right now, Jill RE1, then possibly jump into RE2 or 3. Yeah. But the whole point of today is going to be super casual, super relaxed, standard mode, doing whatever, having some fun, staying awake with Jill. If you play this on DS, it has subtitles.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission. No, I haven't found it yet. Bizarre murder cases.
Oh, this is the version that
occurring
fixed the
in
misspelling
Raccoon
of
City.
bizarre on the
There are
newspaper.
outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
I've actually been meaning to replay Remake. I haven't played it since we streamed it.
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it.
And
But strangely,
I
most of
thought
the
that the
equipment
last time I
was
went
still
all the
there.
way through it would
However,
have been
we soon
before the
discovered
remaster
why.
came out. So it would have been on GameCube. Hey, over here!
Joseph! No! Don't go!
We couldn't afford a real helicopter, so it's CG.
Jill, run for that house!
I like the opening. I think it does a good enough job of getting you into the mindset.
Redfield.
Remember, you're not allowed to smoke.
Jill Valentine. Barry Burton.
You gotta love how Barry's the old man of the group at 38.
and evil.
Yeah, I think the opening of this game does a good job of getting you into the mood and mindset of it.
What is this?
Then this
Wow,
happens.
what a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris
But
is...
Chris is...
What is it?
Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill, can you go?
I'm going with you. Chris is our old partner, you know.
Okay, let me handle this.
Look at the wobble happening on their faces.
Stay alert!
I was considering Dino Crisis 2, but like we haven't done Dino Crisis 1 yet, and I feel like we really should.
A dining room.
I should get to Dino Crisis 1 at some point. Just so I can do Dino Crisis 2.
What? What is this?
What is it?
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
If there's one thing I genuinely don't like about going back to OG 1, it's that the menu is so much clunkier than the later games. Good evening.
Look at those monsters!
Somebody has a clean rip of that, and I can't remember who, but I wanted to get it off them. Crap. Like, it's a rip of Rebecca screaming without the alarm blaring. Gonna get hit again, aren't I? Oh, why can you step over him and I can't? Hey, how you doing, Nelson? Look for one bite. He's biting the right place, a lot of blood will come out.
What is this? Wow, what a mansion! Stop it! Don't open that door! What is it? Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill, can you go? I'm going with Chris is our old partner, you know. Okay, let me handle this. Stay alert! Dining room. What is this?
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Hope this is not Chris's blood. Alright, so the whole thing here, though, is that Kenneth's body has 2 clips on it. Which is good to have. Because it's 2 clips. So... Oh, bastard. He's Kenneth from the Stars Bravo team. Now he's become a shadow of his former self. Because he's dead. And also headless. You don't see it in that cutscene because it's the censored version, but, when the big pool of blood comes out, it's because the zombies just bitten Kenneth's head off.
Barry?
What is it?
Watch out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of this.
Now teabag it for good measure.
What is it?
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature. Anyway, let's report this to Wesker.
He's been chewing the neck off for hours. Or, like, 2 minutes at most. We heard Kenneth shoot.
Wesker!
You know, Ali's actually got the rebirth version of this. I should see about grabbing it off her. Well, he's not over here.
Find anything, Jill?
Nope.
Nothing. What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear.
Like, it's generally just kind of ridiculous how much time you end up saving just through door skips.
I'll check the
Hey, how you doing, Chrono?
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Yay, he said the line.
Thanks. Maybe I'll need it.
So in OGRE1,
Listen, if something
the
happens,
advantage,
let's
one of the
keep
big
up this
advantages
wall.
of Jill is that she gets the lockpick, which unlocks every sword key door, so Jill never has to find the sword key. Third cup of coffee. I don't like coffee. So I have to just stay up through sheer force of will. Which isn't good. Grab this map that I'm not going to use. I played Metal Gear Solid instead. But I know that Metal Gear Solid only takes me about 7 hours though. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, god damn it. Eat shit, Satan spawn. Look at our PlayStation power. Maybe I should have played Metal Gear Solid. Here's Jill putting her foot in the toilet. Series playthrough. What have we done? We've done Metal Gear Solid 1 several times, MGS2 twice, MGS3 once. I need to do 4 on stream, and then I can finally do Metal Gear Rising on stream, which is the goal. Because Metal Gear Rising is amazing, and then I can just play it whenever I want on stream. But I need to give the viewers the chance to have context for Metal Gear Rising. I was of the same mindset. Also including Twins. Yeah, I have done Twin Snakes playthrough. I need to replay Twin Snakes. After this year of PlayStation, I might put a Metal Gear marathon thing. I've been debating it anyway, like an extended Metal Gear Solid, extended Metal Gear playthrough, covering Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Solid, possibly Twin Snakes 2, 3, 4, Portable Ops, Peace Walker,
You, Jill?
Rising.
What happened?
Yeah, I was also like, I don't ever want to do Metal Gear Solid 5 again.
Stay away from the door, Jill.
Because,
Kick this door down. Hurry!
But since I got it on PC, I've changed my mind. I have replayed Ground Zeroes. Ground Zeroes is good. Like, taking aside the whole problem it had at launch of being a $40 demo,
Too close.
Ground
You're
Zeroes
almost
is
a
actually
chicken
really good.
Sandwich.
You're right. Barry, thanks for
It was a
saving my
promise
life.
that Phantom Pain did not live up to.
But Barry, didn't you say you're going back to the dining room to do some
But,
research?
like I said, I got
Why
Phantom Pain
are
on
you
PC, and I
here?
was like, you know what, I will replay this on stream. I will do a
I
stream
just
of
had
this
something I
eventually,
wanted to
and
check.
play through it.
Now, let's get back to
Because on the
searching for the lost
PC
captain
version,
and
you
Chris,
can
shall we?
add custom music for
Thank you, Barry.
Pequod to play when
Yeah.
he picks you up, or just whenever the helicopter comes. And so I've made a playlist, and I should work on adding to it at some point, of songs for Pequod to be playing when he comes and picks us up. Which should be fun. But then I've also thrown some mods onto it on top, and I've forgotten what those mods are because I put those on ages ago. I put my knife in my gun. Knife gun. But yeah, I'll eventually stream Phantom Pain. And I'll complain. I'll complain a lot. Maybe I'll drag Clem into that one with me just so I don't get too bored. Because ultimately, a big part of the problem with Phantom Pain is just a lot of nothing. But, yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'll do it on my own and just make my own fun. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum, ba-ba-da-bow, ba-ba-dow, ba-ba-dow-bow, ba-ba-dow, ba-ba-dow-bow, ba-ba-dow, 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 ba-ba-dow-bow, ba-ba-dow. The man. Eh? Young man. What's this one? Middle-aged man. Doesn't work as well. And then, buddy, you're an old man. Buddy, you're an old man, hard man, bleeding with your eyes, gonna make you some peace someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Somebody better put you back into your place. What era do you think is the last era to define retro in gaming? Is it a year into history? Define retro? I mean, the definition of retro, I think, is like beyond a certain threshold of age. Like the PS2 era now is retro because the PS2 is 24 years old. You could argue the PS3 is on its way to being retro because it's 18 years old. I don't know. I suppose, like, internally, my own definition of retro at this point, which will probably change as we go forward, is like games that were unconnected to the internet, I guess, to a degree. And by that, I'm really defining it as console specific. Oh, it's Teak. Teak has come to join us with his words of wisdom. But, like, I don't know, in my mind, I have a feel of retro as being games without internet connectivity, where a game would launch and that would be it. No updates, no DLC. There we go. Where a game launched and that was it. So, like, PS2, GameCube, to an extent, the Wii, I guess. Even though the Wii is still of that generation. That man's arm fell off. But Zeke does have a point, though, of, like, the graphical advancement. Between, like, modern day and PS3 isn't as stark as, like, the graphical advancement between PS1 and PS2.
Jill, what's going on? Any clues?
No, I think
but
by 100 years it's
wrong
not
with this
retro, it's
house.
antique.
Whoa, this hall is dangerous. Maybe it's better to secure our escape route first. There must be a back door somewhere. Let's try to find it first, shall we?
I think when you talk,
Let's
you
separate
compare
again.
Just a moment.
retro in
found
video
something.
games to retro
What is it?
in
It's a weapon.
any other media.
Really powerful.
Other media are
Especially
just
against
generally
living
much
things.
older.
Better take
Like,
it.
video games are only,
But
like,
how about
50
you,
years
Baron?
old
I
as a
have
medium.
this.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
Early Xbox 360, PS3 stuff does look rough, and I think it's largely because they were still kind of operating on standard definition ideas. Like, Condemned is a really good game to look at for that kind of thing, the original Condemned. It's such a chunky game. And that sounds like a weird definer, but, like, look at Condemned Criminal Origins, and you'll immediately know what I mean when I say it's a chunky game. But even then, the graphical advancement over PS2 wasn't all that substantial immediately. It became more substantial. But immediately it wasn't. Bane, do you have a sound effect for us? Chrono, I don't think it's fair to judge anything against Metal Gear Solid 4, because I don't think any other game on PS3 has such... Thank you, Bane. I don't think any other game on PS3 has such finely rendered buttocks. So much time in that game staring at old man butt. Crazy. How you doing, Amber? Those old man cheeks certainly were clapping. Run. Like, goodness gracious. That sneaking suit was tight-fitting. You bitch. I'm doing okay. Probably a little bit emotionally hitting 100 this year. Then you are an antique. Yeah, like retro, I do think generally it is an age thing. Isn't it, Cribbin? I do think generally it is an age thing. As time goes by, things become retro. And it can be uncomfortable for us because it is specifically a defining of our age more than anything else. But time marches on. This game is 28 years old. We have to deal with that. Why did I think that was a sword key, though? Where I'm going, got the way you knowin', running through the mansion over here. Goody. Goody. This is definitely a case of, like, RE2, I've mentioned it before, of, like, I know what I'm doing, the problem is when I think about it and I'm like, what am I doing? But if I just follow the path that I know is right, it'll be fine. Yeah, we don't take shit from anyone. It's absolutely the case in RE2. I'll be playing it, I'll be running along, and then I'll think, like, what am I doing? But if I don't think, then we'll be okay. Max and Patty? Patty and Max. Best of all, we don't pay council tax. I am never coming back here. Eat shit. I used the lockpick. I didn't realize this door was even locked. For those of you who happen to live outside of the continental United Kingdom, Peter Kay is a well-known comedian. Well known for his numerous stand-up routines and his several television sitcoms, which of course is shorthand for situational comedies. One of which was Phoenix Nights, which was rather popular and spawned something of a spin-off series called Paddy and Max. I apologize. Max and Paddy Road to Nowhere. Listen. We used to own you. I said ping pong balls, not King Kong's balls. of my favorite dumb lines, like, generally ever in The Simpsons. In, like, that one possible future episode where Lisa gets married to the English guy, and Homer takes him for a drink, and Moe says, English, eh? You know, we saved your ass in World War II. And then the English guy is like, yes, well, he saved your ass in World War III. Yeah, yes, that's true, yes. And it's such a dumb throwaway line, and I love it. I do not have the emblem, so I cannot go in there. Got myself a shotgun. Gonna kill somebody in a hunting accident. Got myself a shotgun. Got a warden emblem. I've gone the wrong way. Well, there's no earthly way of knowing which direction we are going. Is it raining? Is it snowing? Is a hurricane a-blowing? The danger must be growing, 'cause the rowers keep on rowing. I haven't got any fucking space. So that was the right way to go. I do whatever seems fitting for the moment. And then, like, strategically cut it off with a segue, so you don't realise that I don't remember the rest of the words. It seems random, but it is all quite calculated. Some of these bullets. Give me your bullets. Thank you for your bullets. Sure, that said 200 cartridges. But there's only like 8 in there. Slam Mambo. Mambo. Cha 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 cha. Genuinely hate how clunky the inventory is in this. Because I have to pull this clip out to combine it with the clip that I've got. Otherwise, it's going to be 2 separate clips in the item box. And that makes me mad. It's frustrating. What's really irritating is, like, you play the DS version and it's still like that, despite all the other improvements in the game. Like, the DS version, Resident Evil Deadly Silence, has so many improvements. It has the quick turn, it has the quick knife. The knife isn't even in your inventory anymore, just hold L, you pull it out. like RE4, manual reloading, but you still have to pull items out of the item box and combine them so they'll overlap. Other than that, though, like, the DS version is the version to play of this. Genuinely really good. I feel like there's not enough music on here. Which is odd, because I usually praise RE1 for its surprisingly strong soundtrack. Now we have the shield kit. We can go and die in the yawn fight. I swear to fucking god, if we die in the yawn fight, I'm quitting this game. We'll play a better game with blackjack and hookers. It sounds like a joke, but like we could play 007, The World Is Not Enough. It has blackjack and women who are probably hookers. Zhukovsky's Casino was just kind of full of women who were probably hookers in the movie. Fun fact, that game is how I learned to play blackjack. Most things in my life come back to video games. God, Richard's dead. Ah.
Richard, what happened?
Oh, Jill,
It was also my favorite
sounds
level in the game.
dangerous. There are terrible demons. Ouch.
Ouch!
You're wounded. What kind of demon attacked you?
Because it was different. I always enjoyed levels like that in games like that
And also
that were different.
poisonous.
Poisonous? Oh no. Richard, hold on.
There is serum.
Ugh.
Oh no, I should have brought some with me.
No problem. I'll go and get it.
Thanks.
This is something I will undeniably agree on, that the remake improved. The whole Richard thing, getting the serum feels worthwhile. You get something out of it, and Richard doesn't just immediately die. He's playing his Jill, in fact, he dies 5 minutes later. The dumbest thing is how Jill doesn't loot the room. It's, oh, I should go get some serum. And then she brings some, injects it into Richard, doesn't think to bring any more. Like, Jill, he just told you the demon. Terrible demon. Ouch. Yeah, I wouldn't be overly surprised if they remake RE1 again. I'd be disappointed. I'd like to see less Resident Evil remakes for a while. I'm not against Capcom doing more remakes. I would like them to remake things that aren't Resident Evil for a little while. Because in the space of... RE4 Remake came out last year, didn't it? Like, in the space of, like, 4 years, we've had 3 remakes. I've been carrying around this shotgun for nothing. Wait, no, I did kill one person with it. Okay. Six-foot snake isn't that big. I'd fight a 6-foot snake. But yeah, like, rather than another Resident Evil remake, I'd be so much more interested if Capcom turned around and said, hey, guess what? Dino Crisis remake. Or, hey, guess what? Devil May Cry 1 remake. Dino Crisis could probably do with a remake. Dino Crisis is a rough game. I'd love to see what they could do with dinosaurs with modern design mentalities. And there's not really anything to compete with that. Like, when was the last time you played a game where dinosaurs were a horror enemy? Yeah. And there is the thing of, like, Devil May Cry 1 doesn't need a remake, and it's like, no, it doesn't. But neither did RE4. So I'd be down for a Devil May Cry 1 remake. What else does Capcom have? Power Stone.
Here's the serum. Richard,
Power Stone.
hold on. I'll give you a shot now.
Jill, here's my radio. You should keep it. I'm...
No! Richard!
Jill, be careful.
The dumbest thing about this is, like, we don't have the serum anymore. So doing that gets us nothing. It's a complete waste of time. We inject Richard with the serum, he dies anyway. And then if we get bitten by yawn, we're poisoned and don't have any serum. If Richard died before we gave him the serum, and then we had the serum, it's like, oh no, I'm poisoned. And then we just use the serum on ourselves, fine. Not how it goes. Okay, so if you've ever played Resident Evil 1, you know that yawn is grade A bullshit. I'm stuck on its body already. I'm poisoned. Give me the serum. So the big issue with yawn is you are gonna get caught on its body. And it's absolute nonsense. But we made it through. Which means I don't get to quit this game. I have to keep playing.
Am I poisoned? Give me the serum.
Alright, so I have 2 crests. Third one is in the armor room. Fourth one. Oh, yeah, no, I know where the fourth one is. I have the jewel for it.
Barry. Barry?
I mean, Barry unequipped my shotgun. We can put this away for now. Let me grab out a gun. Wallflower was around the stretch when it's on off balance. The inconsistency of zombies is difficult to really nail down. Like, yeah, why are zombies bipedal in the first place? Why do zombies know how to get back up when they fall down? And if we look at the originator of classic, like, of this zombie idea, which was George Romero's partly Night of the Living Dead, generally more Dawn of the Dead. There's a very specific point in that the zombies are very much retaining knowledge of their previous life. It's why so many zombies go to the mall, because it's something they did regularly in life. They're just drawn to it because of that. And through instinct, they're able to walk, climb, stuff like that. I think open doors. It's a cool detail of the original Dawn of the Dead that's not really used anywhere else. Especially nowadays, we generally think of this kind of zombie as dumb, brainless, driven only by the instinct to feed. Yes. Yeah, and that is very much, to a degree, a running theme throughout the original Dead trilogy. Which goes on, it's expanded on in Day of the Dead, where zombies start to learn. There's a conscious effort by the scientists to teach the zombies, and zombies learn. If you've never watched them, like, the original classic George Romero Dead trilogy is really good. There's also the thing of, like, zombies are more instinctual, but they're also not stupid, to a degree. Like, there's a sequence towards the end of the movie where a character escapes some zombies by climbing into an elevator shaft, and those zombies stay outside that elevator. They don't wander off. It's one of those things of, like, because there's never a definitive reason, I think, given for why people are becoming zombies in the original Living Dead trilogy. It retains an air of mystery that they can expand on and tweak as they feel necessary for the plot. No, thanks so much for the sub, Amber. Thank you for the bits as well. Check out Amber92 over at Amber, twitch.tv/Amber92. She was last playing Resident Evil 5 with me. $11 though. Might be my longest running subscriber. I'd have to check. But that is the Gale. The Gale Atma on the sub badge. Is what is it? I think it's Roland, Cielo, Gale. I can't remember if I did Heat Argilla or Argilla Heat. And then Surf. Did I expand it, actually?
That's my joke! I'll kill you! Yeah!
No, I didn't. So it's still Surf as like the top one. Over a month since you streamed. But I've done that. Like last year, I did that 12-hour stream for my birthday. And then didn't stream for over a month afterwards. Yeah, thanks so much for the sub, Emma. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoy this playthrough of Resident Evil 1. The only time you will ever really have the chance to say, I can do this better than Mecha. And, like, you should have done this instead, Mecha. The only time. It's not true, you can do it in Remake as well, because I have so little practice on either of these. Snakes from the sky. Got a free upgrade for snakes on a flame, fuck 'em, I don't care. Pop a cheap champagne, we're going down in flames, hey. I was actually debating Spyro 2 today. But I don't think I want to do that in one session. I feel like I'll hate it by the end. And I don't want to hate Spyro 2. It's my favourite Spyro game. How dare you? The best thing to come out of that movie was clearly... What was the line? I've had it with these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane. I mean, reasonably, I probably could. Because I'm going long. Oh no, it's not going to cover the hole. Oh, it did. Excellent. I don't know, maybe? Maybe, baby. Oh shit, you're right. Give me a second. No, I'm not gonna do a Chris playthrough. There's also the thing of, like, if I was gonna do a Chris playthrough, that'd also be like Claire A, Leon B, and Leon A, Claire B. Yeah, I generally wear Chris playthrough. I generally wear the Jill beret when we play as Jill. It's like when I play Metal Gear Solid, I have a bandana and an eye patch, Metal Gear Solid stuff. So whenever we play anything where Snake has the eye patch goes on. If we play a game where Snake has the bandana goes on. Which is why I did the end of the Metal Gear Solid 3 stream with an eye patch on, which was harder than you think it was. So when we get to Metal Gear Solid 4, the bandana will come back. Not the eye patch. Snake has a patch over his eye in MGS4, but the solid eye isn't actually an eye patch, he can see through it. But when we return to Big Boss, we'll be using the eye patch again. I did do all the scenarios in the 10 Years of Resident Evil series that we've been doing. Which at this point was like a year and a half ago when I did that. But that was the last time I did a full OG... Why are there two of you in here? That was the last time I did a full OG playthrough and a full remake playthrough, and we did both scenarios there. When we did RE2, we did Leon A. Claire B and Claire A. Leon B. It's blank. I know, we're just doing this for fun. Not super serious, but I did want to stick to doing PlayStation stuff. Like I said, like we were this close to doing PS1 Chrono Trigger. I was gonna call it like the worst version of the best game. And it's like maybe Chrono Trigger isn't the best game ever, but like it's damn good. It's one of the best RPGs ever. But I would like to do like an actually good version of that game. What are you? Ooh, thank you. It's not that the PS1 version is even that bad. It's just that every other version is better. Even the Android version. That said, it does follow the Final Fantasy Advance line of logic. In that it does have bonus dungeons, but they are not good. Which is, like, it's a big part of the reason why I was okay with doing the FF6 Pixel remaster over, like, FF6 Advance. It's like, oh, you miss out on the bonus dungeons. Like, yeah, but those bonus dungeons are not good. The Dragon's Cave... You see the Dragon's Cave or the Dragon's Den? And the Soul Shrine. They are both not good. Not fun at all. Yes. Like a glove. I'll need to dump some of this shit. What? Picture of a buttocks. Bees! My god. It was introduced in the DS version, yes. But I say that it borrows the Final Fantasy Advance line, in that it added bonus content and it was not good bonus content. So I'm okay with not doing the bonus content. Fuck, I'll play the Super Nintendo version, I don't care. It's a good version. It's a good version of a good game. There's no wrong way to play Chrono Trigger. It's a good game. And then we can play Chrono Cross. No, I know the bonus stuff was added in the DS version. It's so rare for me not to know stuff like that. It's my obsession. And it's like, in situations like this, like, great, cool, I know all this stuff, and I can talk about all this stuff and tell you all this stuff. In the real world, it's fucking worthless. What are your qualifications? I can tell you every difference between every version of Resident Evil 2. Cool, we're not exactly looking for that right now in the market, but we'll get back to you. Really should just, like, sit down and make a YouTube channel. Somebody will pay to hear me talk about this nonsense that I know. Somewhere. Alright, I'll only go back so far. I feel like the rewind used to be better. But maybe it's only better on older systems. But yeah, if you like JRPGs, absolutely play Chrono Trigger. It is really good. It's one of those few games where, like, the hype is generally justified. Like, it's that good. And I think one of the things that really helps the game is that at no point does it outstay its welcome. It's a game that feels like it has no padding, which is amazing. Everything's constantly moving along, which is why it's so good to replay as well. Like, it's never a case of like, oh, I have to get through this part. This stuff's always happening, it's great. Even the parts that you'd think would be slow on replays, like the first time you go to the future, or the first time you explore through Zeal. Like, nah, it's all great all the time. Such a good game. I'm a... Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark. But yeah, any interest in JRPGs, play Chrono Trigger. It's really worth it. Maybe one day Square will put it on consoles. There's no good reason for the modern release of Chrono Trigger not to be on consoles. But no, it's only on PC and mobile. Thankfully, Super Nintendo is super easy to emulate. It should have been. I understand FF3 and Secret of Mana, and then you probably don't want to put another RPG on there, specifically another RPG from Squaresoft. Because, like, you've probably got enough. You don't want to overload it with one specific genre. But yeah, no, I'd have been like, yeah, sure, keep your Star Fox 2, I'll take Chrono Trigger. It's such a good game. You know how it's such a good game? It's like, Clem likes it. Clem doesn't think Chrono Trigger's overhyped. The Bosch. Mommy shark do 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 do. Hour and a half. We've been playing retro. I need to go back to the box anyway. You know what? I can probably change that right now. Command. Where is stat? There it is. If I just remove that. Just try it again. Yeah, that's fine. Huh? Once again, I've succeeded. Or I could change it so it says viewers, your mum. I've been falling into, like, the really juvenile humor again lately. And it's been really stupidly making me really amused. Like, it's a thing I've been doing quite a bit in Klim's stream and Ali's stream of, These Nuts. And it's dumb. And it didn't used to make me laugh, but now it does. It's really dumb. Okay with it. I need the book. I don't need the shotgun shell. I don't need the handgun, actually. Bazooka, my Veruca. Bada bing. And then we should be prepared to take on the hunters. Those bastards. You rat bastard. If anyone else has any video game related questions, please let me know. I will do my best to answer them. There are specific sequences and scenes in the DS version where you can tap Jill on the touchscreen on her butt or her front and she'll react to it. And it's a curious thing. Because it's a new animation added specifically for that. Excellent. A row of red books and a white book. Now we can make V-Jolt. Now a book is missing, yeah, because you took it. Cool, that book doesn't fit in either, Jill, because that book's a 3D model and the rest aren't. Excuse me. I don't know, like... A lot of my earliest memories of video games... I'm gonna use a bazooka shot on this guy. I want these flame rounds. A lot of my earliest memories of video games, I can think back to stuff like Super Mario World was an early one. Super Castlevania 4 was an early one. Alien 3 was an early one on Super Nintendo. There's one memory I have of playing Bart versus the Space Mutants on the Amiga. That's a very old memory. Very specifically the Amiga version. It was a long time before I found out what that Simpsons game was. I just knew that it was The Simpsons. And I've never played the Amiga version since. I've played the NES version and the Mega Drive version. I've never played the Amiga version since. Alright, can I do this with 3 bottles? I can. It's possible, but, like, can I? 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 and 4 is 7. 2 and 4 is 6. In a bottle. Cool water. One is water, right? Cool water. Okay, so that's 3. And now I need 2 and 3. No, 3 and 4. Alright. So I have 3, I need the 4. Yeah, there's a lot of games that I rediscovered over the years that I was aware of really early in my life. 7. I remember watching my dad play a game that was really weird and strange, wrong, just kind of wrong and off in a way. And like 20 years later, I discovered Darkseid, and it was Darkseid. And if you've ever seen Darkseid, like, you'll understand. But I remember seeing that at like the age of 5 or something. Very young. And it was so strange. 2 and 4. Yeah. Darkseid, most known for its artwork by H.R. Giger. H.R. Geiger? I forget what the actual proper name, proper way of pronouncing his name is. The guy who did the designs for the Xenomorph. Right, 6 and 7. 13, 13 and 3. 6. That's 13. So I need 3 again. Lisa Lar is an interesting one. The Sierra adventure games do hold a minor fascination to me. But for the most part, unless you grew up with them, like, they're not fun to play. And Dizzy. Dizzy and the Oak Folk. There was a Mega Drive version of one of the Dizzy games. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, the Dizzy games, I think, got releases on a bunch of the old British home computers. The ZX Spectrum, the Commodore. Probably the Amiga. The Commodore Amiga. Yeah, Darkseid's a weird one. Darkseid is also like a game I'm not gonna play on the stream. Mostly because, like, you either play it with a guide or you play it over and over again until you figure out what to do. And neither of those is appealing to me. It's the same reason why I won't do the Sierra games, because it's a lot of the same. Like, we did Broken Sword, and eventually I'll do Broken Sword 2, the Smoking Mirror. Daddy Shark do 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 do. And I'll probably do some LucasArts adventure games at some point. I wouldn't mind doing the Monkey Island games. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, I'd love to do. Like, the LucasArts adventure games generally a lot of fun. The Sierra ones, though, like, so many of them have a thing of dead-end pathways where you can play through the game and miss something, and then 2 hours later, when you can't go back and pick up what you've missed, you'll find out you needed what you missed, and now you're in a dead game. And that's frustrating. It's something that is possible in a lot of the Sierra games, on top of the rampant deaths. And I generally don't find it enjoyable. I'll sit down and watch a Let's Play of someone playing the Sierra adventure games, because they're generally interesting to look at and go through. A good Let's Play of them is really engaging. But you're not going to get a good Let's Play of them out of me. No. Not my head. The BBC Micro. Ooh. It's interesting to... Oh, crap. Trying to relax with Chrono. Like, what the fuck is that? Relax with Chrono? I don't remember what a lot of my sound commands are. Let me just go through them and just pick one out that will work. This one will work.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
I like that. This is a good one. Stupid. I like it. I bring up the RetroArch menu because fucking Resident Evil's timer will keep going, and I don't like that. I don't remember if this one is actually... It isn't. I don't think this one's on the list. So I'm going to play it for you guys, and you can appreciate it real quick. This one.
We need rest. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised.
That's a good one. Anyway, back to video games. Back to boring video games. That was Nocturne, yes. The boss theme. I think it's called... It's either Boss Battle or Face Battle. I don't remember whether or not... I think Face Battle might specifically be the one for the Fiends. There are so many battle themes in Nocturne, it's kind of crazy. There's like 17. It's not true, but like there's like 10. There's a lot of battle themes.
Jill. So
In bed, trying to relax and watching, my guy.
That's what I was going to say. Where
Hey.
on earth have you been? You disappeared from the hall all of a sudden.
I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. Perhaps you guys have met them? It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
Strange
Is that right?
creatures.
Anyway, it's good to see you're safe.
Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
Yes, you're right.
Hey.
Now, there are a lot of rooms in that mansion that we can't get into because they're locked up. I have been looking around for clues.
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Will you do that? I'm counting on you.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me. Wearing sunglasses now. Said this was going to be a chill stream. Can't get more chill than this. Get you. Get you. I'm going to throw you up here with the knife because you're worthless to me. Hunters are coming, so I will take you. And I should take you back. Bane, have you considered playing Nocturne? I imagine you've watched all of the Nocturne playthrough. How dare you? Mushy mushy.
This is Brad. I know you can't answer me, but somehow, give me a
This is Jill. Brad? It's broken.
Would you be playing the PlayStation 2 version or the Nintendo Switch version? No, the HD remaster, which I own on Nintendo Switch and PC. Finally got Clem to buy the HD remaster, and now it's just like getting Clem to play the HD remaster. Oh, you don't own it physically? I'll be honest with you, Bane. Unless you have absolutely no other way of playing a game, you should, like, not play PS2 Classic version of anything. They're really not good. Not good emulations at all. I am somewhat surprised that you don't actually own it physically. I feel like I've advocated it for years. And somewhat surprised you wouldn't have just picked it up yourself anyway. They're trying to surround me. I mean, to be fair though, the HD remaster is probably the best way to play Nocturne. You can't see when I look at the camera with the sunglasses on because I do like a side-eye thing. But like I don't actually move my head, so I'm still facing the screen. So I have to like Batman 89 it and just like turn my entire body. We can't turn the neck, it has to be the entire body. No one said this stream was going to make any sense. I'm gonna be real with you right now. Like, a good 80% of the reason I'm even playing RE1 right now is I want to just listen to Still Dawn. Like, the dumbest credits theme ever that is also just so good. It's amazing. I love it. It's clawed its way up to being like my favourite Resident Evil credits theme. Which was, it was a difficult task because like RE2's complete roll of staff credits, like, the B scenario one, is like the down 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 down. Like, love that. I love RE3's piano piece. Credits theme, like, really good. RE4's credits theme is so underrated. Like, I really like that. But Still Dawn is just like ridiculous prog rock in the best way. Like, it's so good. I love it. I wish in the remake, because in the remake, what I do, because the remake doesn't have the 4 crests for you to unlock that door. It has the one umbrella emblem. So what I do in the remake is I take the emblem, which should lock the door, but then the hunter just opens the door in the cutscene anyway. I'd love it if in the remake, when it tries that, when you've taken the emblem, it just doesn't work. And you just can't get through the door. Not have any room for magnum bullets. I can't believe you've done this. Like, still have hunters in the mansion and everything, but, like, not that one hunter. And just make it kind of funny. Because you still have to put that emblem back to get out of the mansion. When you go to look through the caves. So what's everybody playing right now? Anybody got any good games going on? Anybody playing anything of interest? Anybody playing anything stupid? Got any stupid games going on? I've still got Metal Wolf Chaos on my backlog, and it looks really dumb, and I'm really excited to play it. Especially since they finally localized it. I wanted that game back on it was a Japanese exclusive original Xbox game. And it's like, what? What is that? Why is there a Japanese exclusive original Xbox game? The system sold terribly there. But like, Japanese exclusive original Xbox game. Oh my god, it's Chance. So it took us 5.5 months, but we finally heard all 6 of the PS1 moderator themes for this year. How you doing, Chance? I was so careful and thoughtful with every single theme I gave to my moderators. I was like, let's pick themes from games that they like. Except Teak. I picked a theme from a game Teak hates. Purposely. Deliberately. Because I'm a dick. Like, Bane's is Kudelka. Ninja gets RE2. Klim gets Parasite Eve. Bane gets Kudelka, I already said Bane. Bane gets Kudelka, Ninja got RE2, T got Alundra. He doesn't like Alundra, but that's funny to me. Klim gets Parasite Eve, Signer got Metal Gear Solid, and Chance gets Tales of Destiny. So every one of my mods gets a theme from a game they like. Except Teak. Because it's funny. Join us next year for the Year of Wrestling, where all of my mods get wrestling themed. Can you imagine streaming nothing but wrestling games for a whole year? If you close your eyes, you'll like it to be seen. Glenn would, of course, have to get Randy Orton. I hear voices in my head, they counsel me, they understand, they talk to me. They talk to me. I hear voices crying, I hear people dying, I hear voices in my head, they counsel me, they understand, they talk to me. Chance, we'll have a talk later about how you can play this video game. So you played Eternia then? Tales of Destiny 2 on PS1? Eat it, you stupid bitch. Eat it, you stupid bitch. Just wrestling streams make custom characters once for each one. Yes, we will be the stable. All the best stables had like too many people. Not true, like all the worst stables had too many people. Like the NWO, the Nation of Domination. Just awful. Awful. But no, like, I genuinely do want to do, SmackDown versus Raw 06 and 07 at some point. Ah, so you have played it, yes. And of course you didn't get the PSP version because of Sony of America's demand that every re-release on a PlayStation system has to have a certain amount of new content. Which is why America didn't get the PSP versions of Tales of Eternia or Breath of Fire 3. It's a good song. Like, wrestling used to have some really good theme songs. And we were talking about this the other day when we had the 5-year anniversary stream. And we played WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role. There's the lighter. Do they even need that for anything there? Yeah, like, we're talking about that when we were playing SmackDown 2 the other day. And how important it is for wrestlers to have such an immediately recognizable theme. And all the best wrestlers have those ones that they hit and you immediately know who it is. And it's been a problem in recent years with with newer wrestlers, because WWE doesn't want to fork out for good music, so they just get the most generic stuff they can get for the lowest price. But like you think back to all the greats and like the way they would just, the crowd would just pop off as soon as the themes hit. It's like, oh, this wrestler's coming down to the ring, because they knew immediately who it was. So you had stuff like the bell toll for The Undertaker, the glass shatter for Stone Cold. Triple H, like, after Triple H stopped being Hunter Hearst Helmsley and became the Game, like, just the bass line, you wouldn't even have to hear the rest of it, just like the bass line go doom, and you'd know he'd be like, Triple H. And then it would come, it's like, time to play the game. Or like in Shawn Michaels with the like the weird moan yell thing. And it's like, oh, it's the Heartbreak Kid, HBK. And like a lot of the more modern wrestlers just don't have that. I used mansion key. Where else can this go? I don't even know. It was a different time. A different time in wrestling when things were fun. But yeah, no, it is a stupid policy of Sony of America. Sony of America shot themselves in the... I shouldn't have brought the shotgun for this, should I? Sony America shot themselves in the foot with so many bad decisions over the years. Inja. Yeah, bitch.
Jill, have you found anything interesting?
Yes,
No.
but I can't see very well.
How about going down to check by yourself? I have a rope here.
Oh, do you? Well, then I'll try to go down using the rope.
Wait.
Hey, what's going on?
Now I've done it. Sorry, Jill. Wait. I'll go and get another rope.
Barry? Barry?
So, in the wider context of this, like, especially knowing that Barry betrays you, and it's more obvious in the remake, because, like, in the remake, Barry openly does worse. The thought here is probably like, oh, Barry dropped the rope on purpose. Because he's going to leave you down here. But in the original, it's like, no, Barry's just a klutz. He dropped the rope. He didn't mean to. He's gone to find another rope and comes back if you
Are
wait.
you there, Jill? Grab
Which is
the rope.
crazy. Meanwhile, in the remake, when Barry goes down into the caves on the elevator with you, and you go and find Lisa Trevor, and you run back to the elevator, and Barry just takes the elevator
I'm
away,
sorry, Jill.
right in front of
I
you.
didn't know that was going to happen.
And then later, when
Sorry.
he tries to pull his
I was
gun
really
on you,
careless.
Are you okay, Barry?
but in this, it's just like,
Maybe
no,
you're
he was
getting
just,
tired.
No, I'm all right. Don't worry.
he just bumbled.
Jill, I found something.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
And it's so dumb. And I love it. I love it more than, like, obviously betraying Barry. Like, the obvious betrayer Barry in Remake. It always bothered me that, like, Barry pulls his gun on Jill just before the Lisa Trevor fight. And it's like, okay, if you give it back to him, he'll help you in the fight. If you don't, he'll die. But if you give it back to him, he'll help you in the fight. And then once the fight's over, Jill'll just be like, well, I'll see you later, Barry. It's like, he pulled his gun on you, Jill. Absolute nonsense. I think the original's better in that regard. Those gentlemen are eating booty. This is a family gathering. I'm gonna take this one and use one of them. She's an anime protagonist. Dense. It means she's thick? No, she's got large boobs. She's got huge tracts of land. You'll be here, chance. All night long on the mecha-chrono stream. Don't need money. Don't need fame. Don't need no credit card to ride this train. You bastard. That doesn't make any sense, chance. I mean, one, it's my stream. I decide if it's a family stream. Two, we're not specifically talking about booty, we're talking about eating booty. A good old-fashioned nom-noms. Everybody's got to eat, chance. I should have worn the sunglasses for the Matrix streams. Every now and then, I'll wear something for a stream. I did the auto-aim thing, and it didn't show that there was anything there. Every now and then, I'll do something dumb for the streams for fun. Like, whenever we play as Jill, I'll put the beret on. With Snake, I'll put the bandana on and the eye patch if he's got the eye patch. Whenever I do one of the Matrix games, I should just wear sunglasses. And also for when Bane one day takes over the stream and forces me to play the Blues Brothers 2000s game. Scrapbook. Biology and chemistry. How you doing, Clem? Thanks so much for the sub. Yeah, I have that effect on people. Mostly men. Not good? Chance is here. On the car stereo while we drive. It is that corner, I thought it was. This is the voice of the Metatron. Do not adjust your set. Titties. It's 75 degrees right now, Chance has his windows down, the stereo turned up, and we're just gonna say titties. Get a load of them titties. Tartars. Honkers. Fun bags. Bazongas. Mummy milkers. Breasticles. Boobies. 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 So, Clementhy. Step inside, take a seat. Share with us your woes. Pay no attention to the attire. I am, of course, a professional doctor. I am, of course, Dr. God King Mecha-chrono. Dr. God King Emperor Chrono. With a PhD in psychology. A doctorate, if you will. I'm talking Ali into playing a fun game that I think you'll appreciate. I'm not going to tell you what that game is, but you will appreciate it. It's always been kind of silly to me that, like, the second trip through the mansion is entirely to get a battery. Well, Clem, women come and go. Not easy when something ends that you've put a lot of time and effort into. And it can be difficult to just keep on going. And sometimes that's all you can really do. Ah, fuck. And animal sadness is always difficult. Code for this door as well. Motherfucker. I understand that, Clint. Like, genuinely. Seriously? I understand that. And we'll be here for you, Club. Because the mother's better at it. I get that. Like I've had times within the last few years, because like shit doesn't get easy. I've had times in the last few years where I felt really bad about stuff like that, and I've just not motherfucker. I've just not streamed because of it. Well. Don't worry, Clem. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. I have something for this. I feel better now. It was good. It was good stuff. Still, Dawn fixes everything. Yeah, no, I've had points within the last few years, and it's been part of the reason why like I've not streamed for extended periods. It's just like, just don't want to do anything. You don't want to do anything. You don't want to see anything. You don't want to talk about anything.
Somehow, I'm still alive.
Sometimes you just gotta take it moment to moment.
We've got to get out of here.
What? What do you think you're talking about? I just lost my daughter out there. How dare you tell me to go back outside?
I'm sorry about your daughter, but there isn't gonna be any rescue. We have to get out of here.
No! I'm not going anywhere. I'd rather starve
It's
to
bullshit.
death in here than be eaten by one of those undead monsters. Now leave me alone!
And a lot of the time, whatever people want to say, whatever people have to say, won't help. You'll feel like you can't talk about it with people because they'll judge you for it. Even though they shouldn't. Even though they're supposed to be your friends. So you bottle it up, and it doesn't go anywhere, and it doesn't help. And it still hits you, even after you think enough time has passed that you should have moved on. Distraction is a good thing, I think. The hope and the idea is that you distract yourself long enough that eventually by the time you stop distracting yourself and you feel it again, it isn't so bad. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it will be. The unfortunate thing is, you really anything else you can do but keep going. You want to do some dumb shit? Take your mind off things, Clem? Get me up. You know where I am? You know I'm down. We'll roll. Don't fight Cade, actually. So fight Cade on your laptop. We can do that for a while. I should just read these, shouldn't I? It gets rid of them, doesn't it? I finally got one of my other friends set up with Fightcade recently. It was really good. We ended up playing through all of Metal Slug 3. And like, that's a lot of fun. I want to get as many people as I can just onto Fightcade, because arcade games are great for that kind of thing. Like, we've only got like an hour to do stuff, so let's just play an arcade game, like Turtles in Time or something. I was looking through Fightcade actually, see everything they've got, because they've got a lot more than you think they do, and they've got Zombies Ate My Neighbors. So, like, if at any point you want to sit down and play through some Zombies Ate My Neighbors on co-op, set up Fightcade. That just generally goes out to anybody, really. I can't believe Amber's still awake. Turbo zombies. Yeah, I got lucky with that one. Gee, Chance, you look like you have something to say. Do you? Yes, I certainly do. I have to go now. My planet needs me. Chance died on the way back to his own planet. I love that. It's so dumb. I love the really dumb Simpsons bits that are actually, like, a lot smarter than they seem. It's like, hey Mo, I've got this friend called Joey Jojo Jr. Shabadoo. It's the worst name I ever heard. And then the guy in the back just runs out crying, and Barney turns to him and says, "Wait, Joey Jojo." And it's like, what? What? If you don't get these herbs before nightfall, the staircase raises and you can't get up there anymore. No! Umbrella Ounce's new miracle drug. It'll keep you hard for 10 years. What?
Get away!
There's ammo over here. So I've not been to America since the 1700s, but I assume that all Americans keep like just handgun bullets in their cash registers. Cash registers didn't exist when I went to America in the 1700s. Shopkeepers used abacuses.
The police aren't trained for this kind of situation. What could they
Not
do?
abaci, abacuses.
Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
What are you saying?
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
I guess it looks like Brad and I have gone our separate ways. Someday love will find you, break those chains that bind you. One night will remind you how we touched and went our separate ways. If he ever hurts you, true love won't desert you. You know I'd still love you, although we touched and went our separate ways. So you can press R1 to aim, but if you press R2 to aim, you'll automatically aim for the environment hazards. Which is how you specifically target stuff like this barrel. That zombie's coming forward a lot quicker than normal. Oh, fucking hell, Clem. That's the kind of stupid humor I appreciate. It's actually really good, I really like. Alright, what is Shaun saying? Your best is all you can do. Your best change on a daily basis. Depending on what's going around you, how you can handle it. Don't beat yourself up for feeling low. Just give them a Hurricane Rana. Give them an RKO out of nowhere. Like, it used to be, like, give them a Bulldog. But now, give them the RKO out of nowhere. The RKO is, like, more adaptable. You can do it from the front and the back. The Bulldog has to be from the back. Now, you see, back in the 1700s, Chance, we used guns. I mean swords. We used swords. Guns were around, but, like, not great. Swords. Swords were what we did. Swords are cool. I've said it before, but like, what America really should do is just like get rid of the Second Amendment. Like, change the Second Amendment, amend the Second Amendment, so you don't have the right to bear arms. You have the right to bear melee arms. We replace your guns with swords. And you will need permits for your swords. But you can have more swords, more varieties of swords. You can have a scimitar, you can have a rapier, you can have a Zweihander if you can carry it. And then you'll get stabbed by somebody with a rapier, because it is so much easier to use than a Zweihander. In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use Royal Harriers. Run, bitch. Just gonna steal Brad's wallet. So here's a fun fact for all you Resident Evil aficionados out there in Streamland. Resident Evil 3's ranking system, a lot of people don't realize this, and I didn't until I specifically looked into it and looked it up. But people assume RE3's ranking system works the same as RE2, where if you use first aid sprays, it reduces your rank. Not true. Resident Evil 3 reduces your rank for any healing at all. 4312. 4312. 43 is number 12. That makes sense. There are less zombies in here today. No, it wasn't. Don't come into here with your lies. Shotgun shells. I need to remember to grab the jewel on the way back. I feel like you might enjoy this game if you play it again. I feel like you had a bad experience. The dice rolled against you so many times. And it wasn't really fair. And you might just have a better time if you do it again. Someday. Before that, though, Nocturne. Well, that's the thing, like, I was super out of practice when I first streamed this. I can see the wall through that zombie's head. Yeah, I was super out of practice when I streamed this, but I didn't have as bad a time as you did. And there's a curiosity to why specifically that is. Something to be considered. So, you... Yeah. Could go back and check like exactly how well I did. I took longer than I do now. Absolutely did. Thank you, Ben. And now, as we always do, the chat will currently be taking bets on whether we'll find the grenade launcher or the Magnum in the STARS office. How do I set that up? Like, exclamation mark Paul? Eh, it doesn't matter. Just, like, put in the chat what you think it'll be. Grenade launcher or Magnum. The hope is always grenade launcher. Grenade launcher is so much better. It's more adaptable, it's more versatile, you can make more ammo for it. If it's the Magnum, then like we can't make more Magnum ammo. It takes 3 Cs. But if it's the grenade launcher, we'll get like 6 explosive rounds and then we can make some flame rounds as well. Oh, cool, you can win channel points for it. Yeah, the Magnum speedrun reset. L the Magnum. L the Mag. L the Mag, Clem, what the hell? I'm going to predict... Can I spend points there? Streamers can't cast a prediction in their own channel. I'm not allowed to win channel points. Okay, so someone's bet 10 channel points. Oh, there's 20 channel points on grenade launcher. Someone's put 15,000 points on grenade launcher. Right, let's find out. And win based on odds from the points submitted. That's interesting. Because I can rig the outcome. Yeah, I get that. I think it's probably more because I can't have channel points. Came from Gears of War. But Clint, the most important thing that came from Gears of War for us was the Clint Tiago. Ready? Moment of truth. Do I have a sound effect that would be good for this? The Giant. I don't know what this sound is.
Tell me why.
Oh, yeah. Haven't had that in a long time. What's rest?
We need rest.
Oh yeah, they did that one. Over? Modern Sword of the Ancient. Sword of Damocles. Sword of Damocles is hanging over my head. And I got a feeling someone's gonna be cutting thread. Oh, woe is me. My life is a misery. And can't you see that I'm at the start of a pretty big downer? I woke up this morning with a start as I fell out of bed. That ain't no crime. Magnum, nobody won. You didn't win. I didn't win. Nobody won. Ugh. Lost your points. 15,000 gone. If you stay awake, Amber, you'll get a chance to win those points back. What's the next one? Is it the pharmacy? Because the pharmacy is going to be a while. If I had the grenade launcher, I would absolutely fight Nemesis here. But I don't.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me.
Yeah, if I had the grenade launcher, like, I would absolutely fight Nemesis here. Because it's reasonable enough to kill him with a grenade launcher plus the flame rounds you can make with the gunpowder you'll have here. And then he'll drop the gun part, the handgun part A parts. And then at the restaurant, you can just throw the lamp into the kitchen where the gas leak is, and it'll blow him up, and it counts as a second kill. And you just grab the gun parts B there, and just have the Eagle special right there. And it's a good enough gun that it's absolutely worth doing. Seven hours, gonna make sure I'm not still awake. Quick, we need to play something that will help Amber go to sleep. Let's conversate.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Not enough people use these. What's fight? Oh, it's the Star Trek fight thing. I remember that. Happen. What's gonna happen to us? Oh yeah, light. Yeah, at least I needed braces. Now that was one of the ones we lost when we lost the SSD. I am supposed to be working on a Simpsons quote button that I can just press and it'll play a random Simpsons quote. I have a bunch of quotes lined up that I just need to edit and format.
I'm the light bringer. I'm the fucking universe.
Steve's gonna see where that comes from very soon. It's over. Ready, Reaver, Rest, Ride, of course, Shed, Shocker, Smart.
If he's so smart, how come he's dead?
I'm sorry, Bale, I'll play that for you. Shed. So the way it's supposed to work is ideally, one person will do exclamation mark blood, and then somebody else will follow up with exclamation mark shed. So go.
The only thing I know for real, there will be blood.
The man in the mirror nods his head, the only one left will ride upon the dragon's back because the mountains don't give back what they take. Oh no, there will be blood. Yeah, the only thing I've ever known.
Oh my God, I was wrong.
It was Earth all along. Yes, you finally made a monkey. Yes, we finally made a monkey. Yes, we finally made a monkey out of me. I love you, Dr. Zaius. Thanks for stopping in, Chance. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing good, and thank you so much for the bits. You take care of yourself. I will speak to you on Sunday. But also, like, probably later. Chance has not streamed since he streamed Hi-Fi Rush. My entire exposure to Hi-Fi Rush is Chance streaming Hi-Fi Rush. It looked like a good game. And then Microsoft shut down the studio that made it. And then the day after they shut down the studio that made it, they said, we need more games like this. So I brought it up the other day when we were talking about the whole thing of, like, the moral argument people make against piracy is that it hurts the developers. But what do you do when the developers don't exist anymore and will not get anything out of any purchase you've made? What's the moral quandary then? Not a rhetorical question. Let's play something else. And I'm bored. Fortunately, this is a chill stream, where I can do whatever the fuck I want. As long as it's on PlayStation. I do want to check out Baroque, but like I should probably be in full control of my faculties. Like not pushing myself past the point of tiredness. And I feel like Chance would be good to have along for that. So Bane, you're a fan of the Mana series, I believe. I should play Metal Gear Solid Integral. I don't want to play anything we've not streamed before. Let me just turn that off. There we go. So, Square released the collection of Mana, which was Final Fantasy Adventure, Secret of Mana, and Trials of Mana. And then they released Legend of Mana Remastered. So, if they were to re-release another classic Mana game, what would be next? Would it be Dawn of Mana?
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss, and they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald
Yeah, I think so.
and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being...
Is there really any alternative? I mean, Sword of Mana was a remake of Final Fantasy Adventure, and it was pretty mixed in reception.
What's the insertion method?
And we have another remake that's more faithful, better received as well, with Adventures of Mana.
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with
It's like,
me?
after that, like, what is
This
the
is a
Children of
one-man
Mana?
infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP.
Yes, this is a top secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Heroes of Mana? Both of those weren't particularly well received. Did. You do it on the left eye because the left eye is Big Boss. I'm sure the left eye is Big Boss. The right eye was Sawdust.
I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Snake. What's the situation?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface. But make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency
I think there is actually a way to get this in English.
140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Also, in case you didn't notice, the bandana is on the hat. So to prove you're as good as me, Metal Gear Solid 3, Clem, you're gonna have to play at least half the game with the eye patch. It was dumb, but it was actually kind of fun.
What was that noise?
Excellent stuff. Alright, thanks for joining us, Amber. This eye patch under the sunglasses is actually really bothering me. Thanks for joining us, Amber. You take care of yourself. Catch you later. Thank you for the resub and the bits. And generally just sticking around. Really appreciate it. Did I have this on the right or the left eye when I did MGS3? Because I have it shaped to one of my eyes, and I can't remember which one it is. I feel like it's the other eye. Let me check. You know what? I should at least get to being... No, not for being you. No, you could have been better. You could have been you, but better. Nah, for real though, take care. And thank you so much for dropping by. Alright, if I get to the elevator, there'll be a cutscene playing. Alright, here we go. I don't often actually do dumb stuff like this. Like the bandana and the eye patch. But I think it's fun when I do. A little bit of added fun for it. It happens all the time, it's not special. Oh, it was the right eye. I guess Solidus loses his left eye then? In my head I thought it was the other way around. I thought Big Boss loses the right eye and Solidus loses the left. Means it needs to go the other way. Yeah, that is actually much better.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I wonder if one day I'll stream this.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska, you know.
And it'll just be like...
If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a pop.
There's another...
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
There's another thing that Campbell can say if you do take too long.
The terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
I don't remember what it is. But like, I wonder if one day I'll just be old and slow enough at this game to get that one.
Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea. But it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed. There are only 18 hours left until their deadline.
So Clem,
You've got to hurry.
Wow, you must be crazy to fly.
any ideas what you're going to stream on Saturday?
Who's that?
Because you did Parasite Eve in the one session.
This is Mayor
And you're probably thinking about
She was
doing
assigned to us as
FF7.
our visual and data processing specialist. She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world
I do have
designer
a
of
suggestion though.
technology to be so cute.
You just
What about
flattered
Mystic
me.
Quest?
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on
Yeah,
by a
like
solid snake.
standard run of FF7
I'm surprised.
for
You're very
me.
frank for a trained killer.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning about the man behind the legend. But first, let me explain about your Soliton radar system.
If I rushed it,
The bright
25
dot in the
hours
middle
maybe.
is you, Snake. The red dots are your enemies.
How dare you? My
and the
mother
cone
was
shape
Mystic
represents
Quest.
their field of vision.
Be careful, Snake. The genome soldiers have highly developed senses of hearing and vision.
Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on Super Nintendo was the game that Squaresoft released instead of Final Fantasy V.
The DARPA chief was injected with the same GPS transmitting nanomachines.
I
as you.
believe the thought at the time
Get whatever information you can from him about the terrorists.
was
If he
that
survived, that is.
Square's RPGs weren't selling that well in the West because a lot of people didn't understand them. So they deliberately made a simpler RPG to introduce people to the genre and get them into it. It's not a bad game. It's pretty simple. It's a little dull. It has a really underrated soundtrack.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back you up, so call if you need some information or advice.
I'm
I
also
don't
in
know.
charge of your mission data.
The soundtrack's really good.
To record your current status.
I mean, I guess at the minute you're probably just after games that you really enjoy that you can play through and just enjoy. Like FF7, Chrono Trigger.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapon.
Classic Mega Man.
I remember.
Play through some of your favorite X games. You like X2, X1, X2, that could be a stream. Like the pair of them.
Make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Batman Arkham Asylum.
How are those going to help you?
You never know.
If you want to get in, there's the front door. It's the fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
I'm playing Metroid Dread some more, and like it's really good. But I also started Diablo 3 again. Playing as a wizard this time.
There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I honestly want to do a barbarian playthrough, but melee classes in that game feel so limited.
I'll let you decide the best COA. I'm counting on you, Snake.
Like, I've got my Odin 2, which is like my premium handheld emulation device. And like, it's the most powerful one on the market right now. It's at the power point now where adding additional power wouldn't help anything, because the system is held back by software. It's an Android-based gaming handheld, and so any improvements that could come out of it are limited by Android software, the emulators that are on Android. So, like, it can run PS2, and it can run PS2 really well. In a handheld form factor, it's about the size of a Switch. More ergonomic, more comfortable. The PS2 emulator on Android it was really good. Like, it came out of nowhere and had such a ridiculously high compatibility rate. PS2 emulation on Android was kind of just a dream project. PCSX2, I think, had one that was in, like, alpha. And then Aether SX2 came out, and all of a sudden it was like, oh no, it's playable. To a crazy degree. The developer ended up shutting it down, though. But you can still get it. You know where to go. People have archives of it.
This is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Well, anything that doesn't work isn't going to work. It's not going to get better. Which is a shame.
I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a
Like, this is the level of power that
Passing on the
it
skills
has.
to a new generation, huh?
That the Odin 2 has.
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
And so I decided to give a try to Switch emulation.
I know lots about survival in a harsh
Especially with
I've lived in Alaska longer than you.
Nintendo shutting down Yuzu and Citra. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll give the Switch emulation a try, which I'd not really bothered with. For a couple of reasons. Like, I have my Switch, I have my Switch Lite for handheld. But it was like, if it was playable on the Odin 2, then I would have all these emulation platforms. It's so much in one place. It calls back to that idea I've mentioned a few times previously of, like, wanting to just have as much as possible in one place.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also keep
Because, like, I've done the thing of owning, like, a dozen different systems to be able to play everything. It's not practical. But anyway, I wanted to give it a try. Because, like, I've got all these Switch games, I have a sizable Switch library, and I'm just not really playing them. I bought Theatre Rhythm Final Bar Line, and it's great, and I played it twice. And I've not touched it since. I started Bayonetta 3, and I've not really touched it since. I beat the second. I got Morphball in Metroid Prime Remastered, and I've not played it since. Well, I've got these games and I'm just not playing them. So it's like, if I just have them on this emulation handheld that I always have with me, maybe I'll play them more, like, let's see how the emulation is. And so now I'm playing through Metroid Dread on it, and Diablo 3. Again. And it works so much better than I expected. There's issues, like the emulator isn't 100%. And it never will be now because Nintendo shut it down, which is a real shame. But it's super cool. But yeah, so that's how and why I am playing through Metroid Dread and Diablo 3 again. And I was like, I wanna do a barbarian playthrough. But like I said, like the melee classes feel so restricted compared to the range classes. Because the range classes can just hit from across the screen. And if you've ever played Diablo 3 co-op, while one person's had a melee class and one person's had a ranged class, that melee class gets to do barely anything for a significant chunk of the game. Unless you crank the difficulty up pretty high so the ranged character isn't taking out enemies before the melee class can even get to them. Then your melee class isn't doing anything for a long time until you get to a boss.
Who's that?
And only bosses.
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really? It's true. You don't look like one of them.
Streaming's not for everybody, Manda.
In that case, hurry up and get me out of here.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want
It can seem like a bunch of fun, and it is.
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
What are you talking about?
It's not for everybody. I know, like,
They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear
like myself and Ali, I spent a while talking Klim at the streaming, and Klim does it pretty well now.
Could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping.
But there's plenty of other people who don't, and they do it, and it's a bunch of trouble. It's extra steps to just enjoying the game for some people.
We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack.
I think at the heart of streaming, you've got to be playing something for yourself that you want to play. You need to be capable and confident about your ability to play something. Especially when you've got an audience, a failure can feel so bad. Repeated failures can be really demoralizing.
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to a godforsaken place like this?
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
On the contrary, it's grown into a huge joint project between ArmsTech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production. If it hadn't been for the revolution.
Revolution?
Also a thing as well, like a lot of people don't realize.
To the hands of terrorists.
Rex.
Metal Gear Rex.
A lot of people who I know who've gotten quite into streaming, it's become kind of an expensive hobby.
They plan to use with Rex. These guys are pros. They're all experienced in handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
I don't know.
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean
your basic streaming, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series nowadays have the ability to stream natively from the system. At any point, they can restrict
the president of ArmsTech.
Gameplay footage, movie footage. They can restrict game footage. Klim had that back when he first streamed Final Fantasy VII, his original Final Fantasy VII stream, because he was streaming off the PS4.
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
It blocked specific scenes. The Aerith death scene. I assume the crater scene where weapons leave. The credit, the whole ending and credit sequence.
If they find out Baker's password.
Yes.
So those are the easiest way to stream, but they can just choose to block anything like that.
What?
I remember Persona 5 came out, and Persona 5 was blocked in its entirety.
The system developers as an emergency override.
You couldn't stream directly from the console.
Just insert the card keys and
PS4 has a thing where it'll take screenshots when you get an achievement, a trophy, and every time I got a trophy, it would pop up with screenshot blocked. Wouldn't let you do anything with it.
Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different.
And so the way around that for people is to have a capture card. But a capture card, and a lot of people don't really realize this until they've got one. And then they're like, how do we use this? A capture card requires a computer. Pre-menu intro, jeez.
Any other clues?
Yes.
Yeah, a capture card requires surprisingly beefy computer hardware.
Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door.
To actually use a capture card, you need a decent computer of some sort, laptop, PC, whatever. It's all a lot. If you want to do anything more than just very, very casual streaming, it's a lot more than a lot of people realize.
Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just
said
no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
Yeah. I don't know, like, it's a lot. There's a lot to it. Some people focus on one thing specifically. I am what you would refer to as a variety streamer. Klim's largely the same. Klim's a variety streamer.
Naomi, the chief.
But a lot of people stick to one game very specifically.
A heart attack? No. Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got
If you want to get in a stream, like, you got to decide what you want to do, how committed you're going to be to doing it,
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access
and
to the file?
how willing you are to never get anywhere.
Operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to
Because, like, I've been pretty lucky. I've managed to somehow obtain a sizable, decent community. Which a lot of that's through luck. But a lot of people will stream for a year, 2 years, 3 years, never get anybody who will watch them and then come back. And so, as a streamer, you have to be comfortable with that being a possibility. And so, the thing I always say to anybody who asks my advice about it, which has happened, people have asked my advice, which is always weird. You've got to be into the streaming for yourself.
No, you're not.
It has to be a you thing.
Don't move.
And for me, the streaming is ultimately a focus. I play games. It's a dedicated period for me to sit down and play video games. Whether that's video games I've never played before, games I've played before that I want to replay, or whatever.
Nervous glance. That scared look in your eyes.
It's ultimately for me.
They're rookies' eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
And that's how it has to be.
Taking the safety
Because
off.
I say, and I said it on Saturday when we were doing the 5th anniversary
Not one of
stream,
them, are you?
like without Bane, probably wouldn't be here.
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
Because Bane was the regular company,
Looks like we'll be a little delayed.
the regular support for a long time, and was the only one.
Shoot! What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
There it is. There. Yeah, having one person there in chat makes a world of difference.
Thanks for the help.
Wait!
It can feel demoralizing sometimes, even on your best day, when there's nobody in the chat.
You fool! You've killed him! I'm sorry, sir.
His mental shielding was very strong. I could not dive into his mind.
Now we'll never get that detonation code.
Boss,
What?
good idea.
Yeah, I was singing at several points, Teak. Right now, I'm wearing an eye patch. What's happened? You've been asleep for several years. It's not the year of PlayStation anymore, Teak. The year of replays now.
Good girl. Just like that.
Looks like it.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it
Thanks,
from the
Jonas Clem.
machines?
You take care of yourself, you know where I am, if you want to do dumb shit together.
What was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psycho Mantis, Foxhound Psychic.
Here's the
Think of
eye
it as
patch
a
again.
mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
And take care of yourself, Clem. We'll catch you later. You can always drink caffeine while we do the, I haven't played Dragon Quest 8 in a month. You're gonna miss the Ocelot fight. Or the Ocelot conversation more than the fight. Ah, it's cool, Clem. You know my opinion on all this stuff. I need the key card. Thanks for shouting Clem out, Bane. Clem streams on Saturdays, 12 PM American time, it's 5 PM British time. Good dude, you all, pretty sure you all know him. Yeah, like as far as the streaming goes, like it can be super demoralizing to not have anybody in chat. Or to have the viewer number and see it go up and then down. Part of the reason why I just turn the viewer number off, I can't see how many people are watching anymore. Which is good, I like it that way. I can just do my thing, me thing. The me thing. I think the last time I got like really demoralized by it was when I was doing East Origin. It was a game I'd really wanted to play for a while, and then I streamed it. I did 4 sessions of it, and I think it was like 4 sessions where nobody really came out to it. And it's like, I'll always make the point, like, real life always has to come first. As a viewer, as a streamer, as somebody I collaborate with, like, real life always has to come first. And it was probably just bad luck more than anything, but it felt like people weren't interested in East Origin. So I only ended up doing Unica's story and then moved on to something else.
He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth.
I know, man. I regularly see you lurking. And I always appreciate that.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
That's right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man.
Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man.
So you're the one the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot.
There's always the possibility of people making fun of your appearance regardless if you're on camera. A lot of people won't use the camera specifically because of their own self-esteem issues or whatever. Which I generally have myself, but the camera also makes it easier for the stream. If there's no camera, you have to be more vocal, I think. With the camera on, it's more acceptable for me to like sit here and just be like, and be into a cutscene or something. With the camera, I feel like it's less so. Got you now, you stupid spaghetti western bastard.
You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last too long. Don't you want to settle down?
There we go. But the important thing with streaming as well is, like, even if you build up a community, people have lives. Not everybody's available all the time. And so what streaming's become for me is mostly a way for me to play games, but also, like, chat with friends. Friends in the community that we've built up. About games, about things that I'm interested in. Introduce them to some stuff that I like, they can introduce me to stuff they like in their streams and such. And so we kind of rolled with this community into this whole idea. Got you now, you stupid spaghetti western bastard.
From the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What? My hand!
once the internet connection became reliable enough for me to stream, streaming felt kind of natural. My general knowledge of games, my focus on them, to the point of possibly being a hyper-focus, to really look into whether or not that's actually my thing, but it's a thing for me. A way to experience games. Yeah, I already saw it, Ben. It's all good. I'll take care of it.
Who the hell?
It can be cool to discuss stuff like this with other people.
Can you talk?
And to learn stuff and teach other people stuff.
The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Like, when Clem and I do FF7, we've done FF7 twice now. Together.
What? Now the terrorists have
because we both really enjoy it.
It's not like I did.
And it is one of Clem's favourite games, so he knows a lot about it. I also know a lot about it.
He couldn't read you?
And so there's something of a back and forth on discussion over the game. But also, he'll know things that I don't, and I'll know things that he doesn't. And the learning and teaching part there, the back and forth with that's really something I appreciate.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Oh, you're a funny man.
So the DARPA chief, is he okay?
Dead.
What? Can't be. No, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up?
Collaborations has been like one of my favorite things to come out of streaming, personally.
I didn't kill the DARPA chief. He had a heart attack.
Everybody I've collaborated with has brought something different to the table. They've been their own kind of person, their own ideas, their own thoughts, their own takeaways from things.
Who knows? Maybe they're like us in the army.
And so at this point, like, I've collaborated with Clem multiple times, with Chance, Eek, with Ninja, with Amber, with Cat.
I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the
With Ali.
That woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier. It must be.
And every person's a different experience. You end up with conversations going in different areas based on their personalities and such, and that's always really cool. Even looking at the same thing.
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
Which is a lot of fun.
She's green, but as tough as
yeah,
they
Foxhound
come.
Cat.
How did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec until I was.
I did RE6 with Cat.
Codec.
We did the whole game together. Amber is currently interested in doing all of RE6 with me, and it's like, yeah, I'll do all of RE6. I like RE6. I think it's fun.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Damn.
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If there's anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him.
What if he can't come up with anything?
You'll have to destroy it. Emmerich knows how to destroy Metal Gear.
Where is this Emmerich?
Well, he's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been.
Yeah, I think ultimately the main thing I say to anybody who wants to get into streaming, as somebody with a small but loyal community, is don't expect it. Get into it for yourself. Do it for yourself.
So they just close the lid and try to pretend
Keep
like
doing it for yourself. Because you enjoy playing the games and doing the whatever.
Many of the drums are corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of muff.
Like, it's not going to matter how good a person you are or how good you are at the games you're playing.
It proves that there's a large and well-organized black market in nuclear materials. Furthermore, since the end of the Cold War, Russian nuclear
I know a bunch of streams. I follow a bunch of people who regularly don't have anybody in their chat. The following numbers don't really mean anything.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant.
Like, for every 100 followers, you're lucky if you have 5 people out of those who will regularly chat,
To maintain our own
hang
policy
out,
of deterrence,
do whatever.
we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
You mean Metal Gear?
Yes. You know our industry suffered quite a
Pretty
blow
much.
as a result of the cuts in military budgets due to this so-called peace.
I remember hearing a lot about mergers and takeovers.
Well,
of
then,
weapons makers.
Yes.
5 out of 100 would be amazing, yeah.
The Air Force's next line of fighter jet. The Metal Gear system was our last ace in the hole. That's why we pushed to have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black project?
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget. You can avoid
Some people will attract a following.
and no one can bother you.
Some people are more charismatic, lively.
On the Military Oversight Committee.
Engaging.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of it as good business. Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I don't give a crap about you and your company.
Well, I think, like, if you're going to try and get into streaming,
Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
an important question to ask yourself is why?
Drive was destroyed by gunfire.
What are you hoping to get out of it? And would you just not be happier playing games on your own without an audience? Because, like, in all honesty, as somebody who streams regularly and has a good community and audience,
Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss.
sometimes it's a lot.
I'll give you my card too. It'll
Like,
open
playing
all
games,
security
especially
numbers
games that you've not done before, or even some games you have done before sometimes,
No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't want
and then you fail at them,
I have one more question.
and then you fail
What
again
was that ninja
and again,
It looked like you knew something.
and it can be frustrating. You can start getting frustrated with yourself because
Dark little secret.
it can be, you can have the feeling that you aren't enjoying,
You know him.
like, you aren't producing enjoyable content, your viewers aren't going to enjoy it, which can then make it worse for yourself.
Naomi.
You've got to stop them.
It's part of the reason why I do it, Teak. Like, from the beginning, streaming for me was a way to just play games.
Metal Gear itself does, but
It's like I started off with something I could do comfortably, Dark Souls remastered on Switch, and then FF7, again, something I could do comfortably.
those Pentagon bastards.
I did some Resident Evil 2 early on, something I could do comfortably.
What are you talking about?
Alundra might have been my first foray into something that I had wanted to replay for a long time, and just didn't have the focus, the attention span to really stick with it, and the stream served as that. And Alundra got frustrating.
Are you listening? Now
I didn't know Alundra front to back like I did FF7 or RE2.
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses.
Um,
For example,
you know
potassium
what?
chloride
No,
and
actually,
dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an
no,
autopsy.
because Skies of Arcadia, I did one session of Skies of Arcadia originally, and then months later I came back and followed it up and finished it.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference.
Skies of Arcadia was absolutely that.
Should be okay if you do
A
burst
game I
transmission like
played
us, but normal
years ago
transmission is
that I
probably
really
impossible.
enjoyed and had wanted to replay, and had just never had the attention span, the focus, the motivation for it. And I did replay it on stream, and the stream was that focus.
No.
Are you sure?
And
Yes,
it
we have no one like that in our unit.
was great
Is that right?
to just sit down and focus on stuff like that. And you can use the stream as that, but I think if you have the capability to not require the stream for that, you're better off. Because we're at the point now where, like, I've been doing this for 5 years, and even now, I struggle playing games off stream. And it's something that I'm regularly working to be better at. But I regularly struggle to play games off stream. And I finally put a feeling, like a description to the feeling of it recently. And it's like, I was playing something, and I don't remember what it was. And I was thinking to myself, like, would I just be better off playing something else? Am I wasting my time playing this? Because, like, you have the limited amount of time and everything. And it's your time, it's your free time.
No, it's not him. Just
And
exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not
replays especially, like, you sit there and you're playing something, you've done it before, and it's like, I have a backlog there. Is it a waste of time for me to play this thing again when I could be playing this other thing that I've not played yet that I wanted to play? Or playing something and it's not grabbed you immediately from the word go. And it's like, you're there for 15 minutes, like, am I wasting my time? Would it be better served playing something else? And it's not great. Streaming helps provide the focus for that, especially once you start. It feels like, okay, we've started, let's keep going.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like
The feeling Teague's talking about is another thing, the opposite side of the streaming thing, of like wanting first impressions or so on stream. It's like, I'm not streaming I'm not playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth until next year.
I'm sorry.
Because I want to stream my first playthrough of it.
That's okay.
So I'm just not going to be able to play that game until next year because of that. Because we're doing original PlayStation all this year.
Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay. You see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the next generation special forces were called here for the test launching of a
I specifically had that feeling with Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I was like 10 hours into it and enjoying it well enough. And it struck me of like, I should probably just stream this.
Why just this time?
If I enjoy this and decide I want to stream it. And Xenoblade Chronicles is supposed to be a huge game, like really long game. And it's like, am I going to want to replay a game that's like 90+ hours?
Sorry, I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker, huh? How's he holding up?
He's dead.
What?
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA chief.
The chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither.
These aren't goggles, Nelson. These are just sunglasses.
Who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he
Just
still
regular
alive?
sunglasses.
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second floor basement.
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that.
Yeah, Magic
Do something before he
had anxiety. Probably still does have anxiety.
The detonation code in time. I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
There was a point, actually, that I was quite surprised at where he was speaking on stream. And it might have been during Tomb Raider.
Way to get to the building where the doctor is being held.
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that
Where
leads
he
to the
was chatting, it was a few years back.
north. 5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going
And then he stopped and he told me, like, it was anxiety. He had a lot of anxiety about it. And I was like, fair enough. And so, because of that, like, whenever I recommended Magic, or when we raided him, or when I gave him a shout out, I was always like, super cool dude. I have seen that he's speaking now. I don't get into his stream as often as I'd
I
like.
never had any problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at
Well, I was always,
Ever
always
since
made
I
sure
was
to be
a
like,
girl,
you know,
I always
doesn't talk on mic, but will always respond in the chat. He's great for that.
I've trained my mind and body for the one day
Good dude, Magic.
I could finally see some real action. And now,
Streaming new games, like a game that you've not played before, can be really difficult, especially when you want to appreciate the game as it is, and you feel like you've got to be talking over stuff.
Killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it.
And it's like, we're doing Police Notes at the minute, and I've never played Police Notes before, so it's completely new to me.
but this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard. Just like my uncle said.
Huh, I told you. The real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were.
You know what it was? It was when he was doing co-op stuff with his brother, like his RE6 challenge runs.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than
That Magic used to do a lot of speaking, then he stopped speaking for a long time. And it's good that he's getting better with it.
cargo door. I'll contact you.
Magic is good people. I like Magic. Leakage version. I'm fucking sick. Like, one thing I'll tell you, I'm not great when new people come into the chat. Like, we've got the community, and I like the community. I'm grateful for the community. When new people come into the chat, there's always a nervousness to it. Look one in, Valdrian Gaming. Like, the wrong time to start talking about that, apparently. New people come into the chat, and I'm really nervous. Like, oh, new person to the chat. Yeah. But like, there's always a nervousness to it, I think, with me. This was bait. You tricked me. You had me going all along. But it's like really just the idea of a stranger more than anything else. Of you don't know somebody. Are they going to be someone chat with, somebody who's going to say a few words and then disappear, somebody who's going to be a troll or whatever?
Nothing.
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet.
You've convinced me, Valdrin.
Wait.
Welcome on in.
Put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way.
So we've got the Vulcan Raven fight coming up.
Be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals.
Back when I did the I have to pay attention for this part. Back when I did the Twin Snake stream, this was the only thing I messed up on with the non-lethal. Because MGS2 and onwards give you the option of non-lethal playthroughs. There we go. And so we got to here and I was like, how do I do this non-lethally? And it was the only thing I did lethally. Because it was like, I'm supposed to throw grenades. What do I do to not kill them? The answer, it turned out, was like, just throw stun grenades. Didn't know that. Spicy Coke. What a strange idea. But then I'm not really into Coke flavor. I'm not really even a Coke anymore. I feel like it's too sweet now. But yeah, that you joked, Teak, but that's exactly how you do it. You just throw stun grenades instead of regular grenades. As far as MGS1 goes, though, I'm confident.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska.
Now,
I will not let you
confident and capable enough in my skills in this game to
a message.
beat this game without killing anybody you don't have to kill. Because you have to kill bosses in this game, and there are some guard encounters that you can't avoid, but you have to kill them. But aside from those required encounters...
You're too late.
Thank you, Ben. Aside from those encounters, like, I don't kill anybody else. Oh yeah, shit, I have to throw chaff grenades. So what that is, Nelson, is pixel wobble. The PlayStation is actually really bad at depicting pixels within a 3D space. So you get the pixel wobble. DuckStation specifically has an option called geometry correction, which is specifically meant to deal with that. Which is really cool as an emulation feature. We're playing on Swan Station in a minute because it's easier on the stream to swap in and out of games on RetroArch. With DuckStation, it'll change the window and I'll have to reconfigure the window every time, and it's just kind of frustrating.
See how you like that?
I got the timing on it right. I can't believe the timing on it was perfect. Yeah, pixel wobble and Z fighting. Two things that are mostly confined to PlayStation. The Z fighting is the specific name that you'll have seen if you've ever played PlayStation, where polygons will clip into each other and clip in and out of each other. It's called Z fighting because the idea is the Z axis. Two objects on the Z-axis keep moving in front of each other and fighting with each other to be the most prominent.
I told you so, but I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, snake is mine now.
The tank fight is one of the worst fights. Hey, thank you for the follow, Valjean. We're currently in the middle of the year of PlayStation. We're playing PS1 games all year. This is currently kind of a break stream. But at the moment, the playthrough we're currently going through is Policenauts. Hideo Kojima's game that he made before Metal Gear Solid. That was never released outside Japan. Playing it for the first time. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, on the road to 250 followers, I don't have a goal in mind for it. I can't another time.
You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just
No swearing. Alright.
like President Baker
That's
said.
a 5-minute timer.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to
So it's just turned 3.
but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasia
So
knows lots
until
more about than I
28,
do.
I can't swear.
Her frequency is 141.52.
I'll say it in 5 minutes,
All of
Nelson.
the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation.
Move this man!
That would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
I hated this when I first played this game. Like this whole room of like, I can't just shoot through the guys. I'm better at stealth now. But when I was a child... Joki Sada's editorial philosophies. I feel they are misguided. Misguided and somewhat foolish, and have resulted in flawed products. Right, so first floor basement first. Metal Gear Solid 3 had a weird mechanic called stalking, where there's running, there's walking, and then there's a slower movement called stalking. And it wasn't determined by how much you push the analog stick. It took me a while to figure out how to actually do it. Because you think, oh, like walk slowly in a game with this control with an analog stick. It's like, cool, how do you do that? Tilt the analog stick slightly. No. is not how you do it in MGS3. So you'd be sneaking up behind somebody, like pushing the analog stick as little as you possibly could to move, and they would hear you and turn around. And it was really frustrating. And the solution is actually to use the D-pad in Metal Gear Solid 3. Using the D-pad in MGS3 makes you stalk, which is a specific kind of movement that's slower, drains stamina faster, and enemies can't hear. And it was like maybe 2 playthroughs before I found out about that.
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat?
The informant from
I mean, the informant from the Watergate scandal.
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby? Who are you, anyway?
One of your fans.
I used to enjoy piloting the Nikita missile a lot more than I do now. Part of it is like, I feel like when I was younger, the gun cameras didn't used to be as vigilant, I guess is a good word for it. But nowadays it feels like whenever there are gun cameras around, they're almost always going to shoot down the missile. No, 5 minutes moves at the same time, speed regardless of where you are. And that's 5 minutes, Nelson. Yeah, I feel like navigating with the Nikita missile was easy enough when I was younger. If anything, especially with like the vent sequence in Metal Gear Solid 2.
It's a ghost.
It wouldn't have made a difference. In Metal Gear Solid 2, the vent sequence where you have to shoot the Nikita missile through the vent system to rescue the president, that feels harder now than it did when I was a kid. You can make one eye contact. This is kind of horrifying for this guy when you think about it. Because he's still alive. He'll be dead when we come back out. That's kind of awful.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, what next?
Snake. You're that ninja. I've been waiting for you.
I bought Ghost of Tsushima, finally. When I got my PS5, it was like, okay, let me just buy Ghost of Tsushima. And then like 2 months later, it was finally announced. I say 2 months, like 4 months, 5 months maybe. I think 5 months later, it was announced it was coming to PC. People haven't been paying attention to it as much as the Helldivers 2 fiasco.
Guys, it's like one of my
But
Japanese anime.
Ghost of Tsushima is going to require you, as far as I can tell, to connect it to a PSN account. You say already planning, but Ghost of Tsushima came out a while ago.
I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference.
But I still need to play it though. Did it work?
I need that, man. Keep your hands off.
I just wear it for fun.
Now, make
me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Alright. Ah, you bitch. Get over here, don't break the PlayStation.
Hand to hand, it is the basis of all combat.
Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Bum bum ba da dum bum. So I've said before, like, I think the best Metal Gear Solid story is MGS3, but I think the best written one is the original. Let's see, what about Metal Gear Franchise Friday? And you can do stuff like the NES Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge and Metal Gear Acid. And Ghost Babel. My solution for this sequence as a child was to just stand in this corner. Because he'll get bored very quickly and just come and run at you. There he is.
Hurry up and catch me.
Bastard. Or is it a high priority? You think you'll take a break from Franchise Fridays after Alone in the Dark take?
I've been waiting for this pain.
Oh, it's this phase. What am I doing? I am one hit from death. The worst part about this is, like, the little explosion he does when he's basically dead will kill me now.
Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The clashing.
Yeah, his name's Life Snake.
That's good, Snake. Hurt me more.
What is this? There's Naked Snake, Solid Snake, Life Snake, Liquid Snake, Solidus Snake. There it is. Old Snake, Venom Snake. It's the frustrating thing about the ninja boss fight. It's not killed me in a long time, but I messed up early on. Real shame.
The nuclear weapons
Fun to mess around with the
facility
iPad.
on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss, and they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
We've lost Gorgeous George.
You'll have two mission objectives.
You're gonna have to repeat it. We've lost Gorgeous George. Where'd you lose him? He ain't a set of fucking car keys, is he? And it ain't as if he's in fucking conspicuous. Now, is it?
I feel like it's a Vinnie Jones line.
Stop them if they do.
Something Vinnie Jones has said. Would be Snatch, probably. Alan Ford, of course, but it is Snatch. Yeah. What else do we got? I should do Echo Night at some point this year. Bricktop's classic. I'm regularly quoting the line when Turkish offers him a cup of tea. Or when he tells Turkish to offer him a cup of tea. Soul Blade. Some point, I don't mind going through like a history of the Soul series. Soul Blade, Soul Calibur 2. Alright, I'll play the intro movie, Teak. I feel like we've done this before for you. Not for me, Turkish. Oh, I'm sweet enough. It's like, oh, you fucking hell. But Alan Ford's Bricktop's absolutely fantastic. In a movie full of absolute class acts.
Namco. Transcending history and the world, a tale of soul and swords, eternally retold.
I think one thing that speaks to the quality of the Soul series generally is it's hard to pick which is the best. I think the Dreamcast version of Soul Calibur 1 is like the perfect fighting game. Soul Calibur 2 expands on that though. Soul Calibur 2 is really good. It's not as clean and straightforward with stuff like Weapon Master mode, but it's more of what you liked in Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur 6 was really fun when I played with that. Remember Rock? Remember Tim Langdale? Yeah, no, I don't think it matches the the quality. I'm on the wrong thing. I think it matches the quality of some of the Tekken intros. Like Tekken 3's intro. Hey Bart, can we stop off for ice cream? I don't see why not. I think the best Tekken opening though is still 5. Like, it's between 5 and Tekken Tag Tournament 2. They're both really good. Thanks for joining us, Teak. You take care of yourself, buddy. We'll catch you later. The crazy thing with these fighting games was like the intro cutscene here was like the entire way the only way you really got to figure out any of the motivations for any of the characters. Like, it's true here, it's true in Soul Blade. Like, figuring out what any of the characters are doing there. It's like, oh, what's Sophitia doing? Tekken 2 is also really good. Tekken 2 is the one I have the nostalgia for. Plus the whole thing of Heihachi climb back up the mountain. Is a fighting game allowed to, like, not sexualize any of its female characters? Or its male characters? I mean, look at this man. Climbing up the cliff in the rain. Look how sexy he is. And then, the sexiest man, Paul Phoenix. Jun Kazama. And then the Nina Williams bit with the individually rendered hairs, and it just does not look right. The only time Angel's been seen in a canonical game. Tekken 2 is aged, and it's slow to play, and it can be really difficult to go back to because of that. But it was such a step above Tekken 1. It's crazy. And Tekken 2 is not just a bear and a panda. Tekken 2 is also a kangaroo and a dinosaur. The last true Breath of Fire game. We'll get to it one day. It is surprising though that Capcom hasn't bothered to do like a collection for Breath of Fire. At most, there's got to be like one collection of Mega Man left to do. And if they do more collections after that, like you'd hope it'd be stuff like Resident Evil, Breath of Fire, Beautiful Joe. So I think like the only thing they've done is they've allowed Breath of Fire 1 and possibly 2 onto Switch Online. Which suggests to me they have no intent of doing anything with the series, with those two games in particular anytime soon. But it would also be like a really easy thing for them to just put Breath of Fire 3 and 4 on PS4 and 5. And they haven't. There's got to be an intro for Darkstalkers 3, surely. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Capcom turned around and did anything with Breath of Fire anytime soon. you'd think, like, I've mentioned the idea in the past that companies should, to offset the costs of new developments because of how expensive new developments are these days, that companies would make more collections of their old stuff. But there's also the thing of, like, if Capcom turned around and made a new Breath of Fire in a nice clean 2D sprite art style, it wouldn't cost much and could potentially make them a good amount of money. But then everything these days has to be 2.5D because 3D models are easier to work with than pixels. You have to redraw the sprite for every different animation, camera angle and such, and it's just easier with 3D models. And so a lot of companies go for that for the simplicity. Also, here's the Morrigan sprite that Capcom used and reused over and over again until, I think, like 2006, 2007. You might be like, what's the problem with that? It looks fine. It's like, it looks fine here against other sprites from the same game. The issue comes when you are seeing her up against sprites that have been created specifically for a game that came out 12 years after this one. Alright, thanks for joining us, Nelson. I'm probably not going to go much longer, actually. My throat's really starting to play up and I can't really keep talking that much longer. I appreciate you popping in, though. You take care of yourself, Nelson. We'll catch you next time. Did Mute Academy 2 have an intro? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, sure, Ben. What do you got in mind? Chogo Raisin. Not gonna lie, I debated just putting that on earlier. But I'm not sure if I'll ever want to just do a whole stream of me trying to play Chocobo Racing. I haven't seen this in years, but like the visual style of this is actually kind of impressive for the PS1. It's kind of a comic book style, like a 3D comic book art style, on the PS1. X-Men, you were bored and wanted to fight. Professor X just sat there like that. It's like, don't threaten them. Like, deal with them. You can deal with at least all but two. Did you ever pick up that newer Chocobo racing? I heard it was decent, but like the microtransaction nonsense was a little much. But then I also heard that Square's completely dropped it now. Switch exclusive. There's a thing come out, I think today, that said that Square is rethinking its policy on exclusives because apparently the performance of their games keeps disappointing them. And they think a big part of it is that their games are largely only available on individual platforms rather than all of them. Yeah, pretty much.
There's a storm coming. An epic struggle of good versus evil. A battle that will test the strength and courage of an entire village. One hero must stand tall. Chocobo. Chocobo has appeared in over half a dozen games, always finding incredible adventures. This time, the adventure finds Chocobo. While searching for treasure with Mog, Chocobo encounters the beautiful and mysterious Shirama, who is from another time and place. She carries with her a secret she doesn't understand, a secret that can only be revealed by surviving the numerous dungeons. With the help of Sid, Chocobo's newfound friend, they battle menacing monsters and discover dangerous dungeons while exploring the depths of adventure. Enter a fantastic world filled with magical cards, mystical books, sorcerer's spells, and powerful potions, all just waiting to be discovered. To reveal the true story behind the dungeons, you will need skill, persistence, and ingenuity, but most importantly, the help of your friends. The stakes are high, the battle's fierce, the freedom of the village hangs in the balance. And sometimes, the sacrifice of one special friend can be the greatest treasure of all.
Just outright spoiling the story.
Dungeon 2, a magical masterpiece only from Squaresoft.
Chocobo's Dungeon 2 didn't come out in Europe, did it? But yeah, no, limiting the games to to like single individual platforms, especially when the game development costs as much as it does, is such a big mistake. You need to hit as broad an audience as possible. And the whole thing of like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy 16 is PS5 exclusive, they're going to put out a PC port, and the PC port is going to launch at £70 because you know it is. And it's like, cool, do you want... How many people are going to be willing to pay for a game that at that point is over a year old? That much just because, oh, now it's on this platform? It's even worse when, like, FF7 Remake came to PC. It was exclusive to Epic Game Store for a year, and then it was released on Steam, and it was £70. I don't think it started with San Andreas. I think it started with Vice City. I know there was a wait between San Andreas on PS2 and San Andreas on Xbox, but I'm sure they started putting them on Xbox with Vice City. They put 3 and Vice City on together, or they put Vice City on and then 3 very shortly after. Because I was on Xbox at the time, and it's how I got to play them. Feel like that's right. Yeah, Vice City was PS2 to begin with, and then it went to Xbox. Well, I feel like 3 went to Xbox after Vice City came out, and I think Vice City went to Xbox before 3 did, or around the same time. Doesn't sound right. Looking into this. Oh, Ali's live. So... Alright, so... Yeah, I've got the release dates here. Vice City and GTA 3 both came out on Xbox the same day. 4th of November 2003. Vice City came out on Xbox 7th of June 2005. So Vice City and GTA 3 would have been the double pack. I wasn't sure if the double pack was how they were released or they were released together and then bundled together later. But it would have launched as double pack, and then San Andreas came out later. It looks like the yeah, Manhunt was on Xbox, but I don't remember if it launched at the same time as PS2. Yeah, it looks like 3 and Vice City were on Xbox before San Andreas actually came out.
Yeah. One last intro, and then we'll call it. Yeah, but then it came out on the system, and by that point, when San Andreas came out, it was probably expected that it was going to come out on Xbox, and it didn't. It came out later as an enhanced port. 2004. So, less than a year. They got San Andreas on Xbox faster than 3 and Vice City. Which, I think at this point, if you're going to play them, like, just play the games as they are without modding anything, or, like, restoring content or whatever, the Xbox versions are still the best versions. You can't even buy the PC versions anymore. And even if you could, you'd have to mod all the content that's been removed back into them. You can't remove them from the original Xbox versions. Anyway, let's watch this and then we'll call it. Now I'll rest my voice. Said before, I'll say it again, I'll probably say it till I die. For all the problems that Final Fantasy VIII has, it is probably the peak of Squaresoft's presentation on PlayStation. The production values on this are crazy. It's like, back in the day, Final Fantasy VII comes out, it's 97, Final Fantasy VII comes out and blows everybody away. 2 years later, Square comes back with this. It's such a step above. Nothing on PS1 looked as good as this. I always forget Renoa has wings on the back of her cardigan. Absolutely. It's my prevailing theory that the merger between Squaresoft and Enix resulted in like an absolute absence of creativity. I think the most creative thing that they've made since the merger is The World Ends With You. Almost everything else they've done has been derivative or an installment in a franchise. Lost a lot of money from Spirits Within. Square Pictures shut down. Hironobu Sakaguchi stepped down specifically because of the failure, and I think left Square specifically because of that. and it delayed the merger of Squaresoft and Enix by at least a year. We'll play Final Fantasy VIII again someday. All three of the PS1 trilogy hold a special place in my heart. Well, that's going to do it for us for today. One thing, did Square need Enix? The question, actually. Like, who wanted who? I don't think it was a hostile takeover. I think it was a merger that they both wanted. It might have been more likely that Enix needed Square. It's like, the failure of the Spirits Within was big, but Square was on top of the world. Like, they were riding high off the success of the PS1. The PS2 was right around the corner and was still going to make bank off that. And probably expected to. But then it's probably like the abundance of money they had from the success of the PS1 days that allowed them to branch out with Square Pictures. Yeah. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. The intention was to go for much longer, but my throat is just not going to support us going, like me chatting like this for another few hours. Yeah, Squaresoft had gone global. Enix was mostly still a Japanese thing, but they were successful in Japan. Enix being able to turn around and say no, like they delayed the acquisition, the merger, because of the failure of Spirits Within, suggests that it wasn't an acquisition so much as it was a mutual merger. And now, I think you'd have to do a bunch of digging into a situation from 23, 24 years ago. Possibly a discussion for a future day. Probably a discussion for a future day. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem and Amber for the resubs. Teak, Nelson, Amanda, Bane, Baldrin for the follow. I believe that was everybody. If I missed anybody, I do apologize. I very much appreciate Chance, of course. Chance made his grand return. Thank you, Bane. Everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping company. We'll probably back on Saturday with more police knots. But in the meantime, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And catch you next time, guys. Bye.